The invocation today will be given by the Honorable Representative Joe Pavlo, State Representative from the 64th District. Will members, staff, and guests in the gallery please rise?
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Dear, wonderful, loving, heavenly mystery, today we come to you to thank you. We thank you for the abundance of blessings and graces that you bestow on us each day that we pay little attention to. We know that you are capable of giving us more than we could ever ask for. We also know that you already are aware of what we need before we ask. We want to thank you for those pesky trials and tribulations we endure that actually make us stronger and more resilient, helping us to be the leaders you have destined us to be. Thanks for this amazing universe with our tiny earth as our temporary home with its special and wonderful attributes that are continually being discovered. We live and move and have our being here with the mystery of life you have miraculously created from dust. We want to thank you for the human brain, which is the most phenomenal mechanism ever to appear on the face of the earth. It works flawlessly from inception right up till the point in time it falls in love. Yes, Jesus, thank you for our sense of humor too. It leads to laughs which you granted to no other animal but to us. But most of all, we want to deeply thank you for the sacrifice you made by sending your only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, as a model of how we should live our lives. Because with that, we can become worthy to spend all eternity in heaven with you. We so long to hear the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." We ask this in Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Good job. The clerk will open the board for the purpose of taking attendance. The board is now open. Members, you may check in at your desk. TV 19, WZMQ out of Marquette has permission to record today's session. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to excuse all absent members.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce today's attendance.
Madam Speaker, a quorum of the House is present. There are no members absent with prior excuse.
Will members, staff, and guests in the gallery please rise and join me now in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For the purpose of a tribute presentation, the Speaker recognizes Representative Cavett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today because I have guests and I want to share deep gratitude that we acknowledge these emergency managers from various counties in my district. In response to the March 19th...
Members, please give your attention to the Speaker addressing the body. Speaker recognizes Representative Cavett.
These leaders have demonstrated exceptional leadership, coordination of local response efforts, clear communication and commitment to public safety ensured the essential services were restored and residents were cared for during this time of crisis. Emergency management is often behind the scenes role, but its impact is felt when it matters most. These leaders rose to the challenge with professionalism, compassion, and strength. In special tribute, we would like to thank these folks from Presque Isle, Alpena, Alcona, and Sheboygan counties, and this with a special tribute. And this tributes are signed on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. And Madam Chair, they have guests in the gallery also.
Will the special guests of Representative Cavett please rise and welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives. For the purposes of an introduction, the Speaker recognizes Representative Wolford.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding service of Wes Nakagiri, Livingston County Commissioner, whose dedication to public service has made a lasting impact on our community. Commissioner Nakagiri has played a vital role in overseeing public safety and infrastructure while ensuring responsible fiscal management. He's worked diligently to uphold the values of transparency and accountability to the people that he serves. We thank him for his unwavering commitment and commend his continued work on behalf of Livingston County. I would ask my colleagues to join me in welcoming him. Thank you.
Will the special guest of Representative Wolford please rise and welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives. Speaker recognizes Majority Caucus Chair Borton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Attention, Republican members. We have a Republican caucus in the Republican caucus room. Republican members, we have Republican caucus in the Republican caucus room.
Speaker recognizes Democratic Caucus Chair Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democratic colleagues, caucus in the Democratic Caucus room. Democratic colleagues, caucus in the caucus room. Thank you.
The House will go at ease at the call of the chair.
If I could have the members' attention for the purposes of introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Bierlein.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. In the West Gallery, I have guests today, 24 students and 10 adults from Akron Fairgrove Elementary. The Vikings have come to town today.
Will Representative Bierlein's special guests please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
The House come to order and proceed to announcements by the clerk of printing and enrollment.
The clerk announced the following bills were reproduced and made available electronically on Tuesday, June 10th. House Bills 4582 through 4641. Clerk announced the following bills and joint resolution reproduced and made available electronically on Wednesday, June 11th. Senate Bills 367 through 396. Senate Joint Resolution C.
Reports of standing committees.
The Committee on Judiciary, Representative Leitner, Chair, reported House Bill 4396 without amendment with recommendation the bill pass.
Bill be referred to the order of second reading of bills.
The Committee on Judiciary, Representative Leitner, Chair, reported House Bill 4418 with recommendation substitute H2 be adopted and the bill then pass.
Bill be referred to the order of second reading of bills.
Committee on Judiciary, Representative Leitner, Chair, reported House Bill 4419 without amendment with recommendation the bill pass.
Bill be referred to the order of second reading of bills.
The Committee on Education and Workforce, Representative DeBoer, Chair, reported House Bill 4369 with recommendation that the substitute H3 be adopted and the bill then pass.
Bill be referred to the order of second reading of bills.
The Committee on Health Policy, Representative Vander Wal, Chair, reported House Bill 4527 recommendation that the substitute H1 be adopted and the bill then pass.
Bill be referred to the order of second reading of bills.
The Committee on Health Policy, Representative Vander Wal, Chair, reported House Bill 4528 recommendation that the substitute H1 be adopted and the bill then pass.
Bill be referred to the order of second reading of bills. Notices.
The House Oversight Subcommittee on State Police and Local Public Assistance Programs will meet Thursday, June 10th at 9 a.m. in room 326 of the House Office Building. House Committee on Agriculture will meet Thursday, June 12th at room 308 of the House Office Building.
The House will stand at ease.
If I could have the members' attention for purpose of introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Bierlein.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again in the West Gallery, I have 27 students and 8 adults from Akron Fairgrove Elementary, some more Vikings.
Will Representative Bierlein's special guest please rise and welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
The House will come to order and proceed to notices.
The House Fiscal Agency Governing Committee meeting scheduled for Wednesday, June 11th has been canceled. If I could have the members' attention for a purpose of introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues and Mr. Chair, I have some very special guests in the South Gallery, and I would love it if you could give them an introduction. They are the graduates of the AFP program.
Would Representative Thompson's special guests please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
For the purposes of an introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Thompson.
Mr. Chair, colleagues, I have here more people from the great group Americans for Prosperity, and the people in the South Gallery are here because they are graduates of their government program, and they are here to participate in our government, and I am so grateful that they are here.
Will the special guest, Representative Thompson, please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
The House will come to order, and the House will proceed to the order of reports of the standing committees.
Committee on Appropriations, Representative Boland, reported House Bill 4576 with a recommendation that substitute H2 be adopted and that the bill then pass.
The bill will be referred to the order of second reading.
Committee on Appropriations, Representative Boland, reported House Bill 4577 with a recommendation that substitute H3 be adopted and that the bill then pass.
The bill will be referred to the order of second reading.
Committee on Appropriations, Representative Boland, reported House Bill 4578 with a recommendation that substitute H1 be adopted and that the bill then pass.
The bill will be referred to the order of second reading.
Committee on Appropriations, Representative Boland reported House Bill 4579 with a recommendation that substitute H1 be adopted and that the bill then pass.
The bill will be referred to the order of second reading.
Committee on Appropriations, Representative Boland reported House Bill 4580 with a recommendation that substitute H1 be adopted and that the bill then pass.
The bill will be referred to the order of second reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of second reading of bills and take up calendar item number 34, House Bill 4434.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 34, House Bill 4434, introduced by Representative Meerman, a bill to amend the Code of Criminal Procedure. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are not.
Second.
The question for the House is the adoption of There being no further amendments, the question for the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up calendar item number 40, House Bill 4246.
Without objection, so ordered.
Did I say third? Second reading.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Continuing on the order of second reading of bills, I move that the House take up calendar item number 40, House Bill 4246.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 40, House Bill 4246, introduced by Representative Phil Green, a bill to amend the Public Health Code. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question before the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of third reading of bills and take up calendar item number 4, House Bill 4044, and place it on its immediate passage.
All right. Calendar item number 4, House Bill 4044, introduced by Representative Farhat, a bill to designate the official duck of the state of Michigan.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There being no amendments, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Members, the board is still open. You may vote at your desks. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4044, there are 92 aye votes and 17 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up calendar item number 6, House Bill 4011.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 6, House Bill 4011, introduced by Representative Hoadley.
The
A bill to
begin-
authorize the Department of Technology Management and Budget to convey or transfer state-owned property in Aranac County. People of the State of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Bolin offers a series of 4 amendments identified as Amendment number 1.
On third reading, amendments require support. Is there support? There is support. The question before the House is on the adoption of the amendment. The clerk will open the board. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Devendorf offers a series of 2 amendments identified as Amendment number 2.
On third readings, amendments require support. Is there support? There is not support. There being no further amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor? Excuse me. Sorry about that. Speaker recognizes Representative Hoadley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 4011. I would like you to consider for just a moment the small city of Standish, a community full of hardworking Michiganians about 2.5 hours northeast from here, conveniently located off I-75, the east end of M61, and the gateway to the US 23 Lake Huron corridor. For 19 years, Standish housed long-term incarcerated prisoners in a maximum security prison. The prison itself consisted of 5 88-bed housing units and an additional unit comprising of 164 beds. The prison offered a small community, employment, and other residual benefits, while those who owed a debt to our society were given justice. But times have changed, and the demand for state-owned maximum security space has decreased. For nearly as long as the prison remained operational, this facility has sat vacant. Since October 2009, the prison has been deserted. The legislation in front of us gives the opportunity to repurpose the vacant Standish prison. Michigan is facing a mental health epidemic. Healthcare providers, law enforcement, local officials, and citizens alike are all too aware of this problem. We are also facing housing and other deficits while such a resource sits vacant, bearing the cost of its general maintenance on Michigan taxpayers. This facility can again provide a resource for our community and the state that are severely lacking. This is a practical plan that legally transfers property ownership, ensures clear titles, and protects buyers' rights. Let us agree to transfer this property and give opportunity to make the old new again. Members, I urge a yes vote on this legislation. Thank you.
There being no further amendments, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Members, the board is still open. You may vote at your desk. The clerk will close the board. Representative Mueller votes aye. Representative Kofia votes nay. Representative Robinson votes aye. Representative Schutte votes aye. And Representative Johnson votes aye. The clerk will tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4011, there are 62 aye votes and 47 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. For the purpose of introduction, the Speaker recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have with me James Gunter, a good friend, Executive Director of Present Pillars, a nonprofit focused on dads in the Benton Harbor area, and I'd like to welcome to the House today.
Colleagues, please join me in welcoming Representative Andrews' guest to the floor, and welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives. For the purposes of an introduction, the Speaker recognizes Representative Lentine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I would like to recognize some very special constituents I have with me in the South Gallery. We have the Caucus family and their 3 children, Mackenzie, Owen, and Maddie, and then my parents and my little sister, Blake. So thank you for joining us.
Will the special guest of Representative Lentine please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up calendar item number 34, House Bill 4434, and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered, the clerk will read.
Calendar item number 34, House Bill 4434, introduced by Representative Meerman, a bill to amend the Code of Criminal Procedure. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are not. Speaker recognizes Representative Meerman.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, House Bill 4434, which repeals Michigan's outdated one-man grand jury legal provision. It's an infrequently used and antiquated legal maneuver, the one-man grand jury, that places investigatory power in the hands of a single judge.
Colleagues, please give your attention to the Speaker addressing the body. Thank you. Speaker recognizes Representative Meerman.
Its use in the court system violates the principles of fairness and impartiality in court proceedings, and removing this process from Michigan law does not impede the delivery of justice. It upholds the due process rights protected under the 5th and 14th Amendments. Removing this tool isn't going to restrict the delivery of justice, and prosecutors will have all other tactics and tools available to them under the law to bring charges against criminals. Colleagues, I urge your support of this bill to preserve the fairness and impartiality of our justice system. This is a common sense fix to the law that upholds the right to due process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Members, the board is still open. You may vote at your desk. Members, the board will be closing shortly. Please vote at your desk. The clerk will close the board. Representative Song votes nay. Representative Carter B votes nay. Representative, the clerk will close the board, tally display, or the clerk will tally display and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, the question of final passage of House Bill 4434, there are 74 aye votes and 35 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to make an announcement. The subcommittee on the state and local transportation is adjourned.
Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up calendar item number 40, House Bill 4246, and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
Calendar item number 40, House Bill 4246, introduced by Representative Phil Green, a bill to amend the Public Health Code. People of the State of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are not. Speaker recognizes Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this intensely personal issue. My wife is a nurse that has earned her BSN in the state of Florida and has been licensed in 4 different states up to this point. By their very nature, nurses are some of the most compassionate people in the world. They work with people who are at some of their worst points in their lives and doing everything they can to make them better. They've trained intensely, been tested extensively. They give superior care in some of the most unhealthy situations a person can imagine. And on top of all that, they have to struggle with government regulations and requirements. The government continually adds more and more requirements, more and more narratives, more and more healthcare initiatives, making their jobs that much more difficult to do. One of the unique challenges that nurses in Michigan face is that their license is not as valuable as that same license in 43 other states and territories. Nurses pay good money for their education. They pay good money to take the NCLEX test. They pay good money to the state for their license. I know, I just paid that fee last Friday. You see, 43 other states and territories allow the nurses' licenses to travel with them. Michigan does not. Across the country, that is a staggering 2.5 million nurses that have a license that allows them to serve according to their licensure, regardless of the state's geographical boundary. The value that it provides cannot be measured. For instance, when an individual license holder spends months over the winter in another state, if they're from a state that has figured out how to work with other states, they can choose to seamlessly serve patients in that state. Not in Michigan. Our residents must go through another state's process to get a non-residence license, pay that state another license fee, wait for the wheels of the bureaucracy to turn, then finally be able to do what their very nature calls them to do, to help patients. We have built a wall of regulation that confines our licensees to the geographical boundaries of Michigan. A second struggle that nurses face is the conflict with their very nature, compassion and charging to the great area of greatest need. I have heard stories of when a natural disaster in other parts of our country hit, such as a hurricane, a tornado, a flood, or something else. A call for professionals will go out, and nurses from across the country, nurses from 43 other jurisdictions will flood to that area, but not Michigan nurses. Why? Because their license is only recognized inside that wall of regulatory boundary, which is the state of Michigan. The nurse compact licensure model employed by 43 licensing jurisdictions will actually create a flexible workforce and expand access to modern health care. With the advent of telehealth and the increased mobility of our population, modernizing our licensing model is mandatory. Across the board, actual nurses, not organizational lobbyists, but actual nurses support the nurse compact licensure. Recently, a survey was commissioned of over 66,000 nurses surveyed. 83% were in favor of their state joining the compact. Of the nurses surveyed who reported themselves being members of a union, the support number was even higher. 88% of union nurse respondents indicated support for the nurse compact licensure. If I may add a personal story here. Recently, actually during the Health Policy Committee hearing, one of my staff members was with a family member who was admitted to the hospital. While there, she logged into the Health Committee hearing. The nurse walked into the room and started hearing testimony. She then asked my staff member what she was doing and what was going on. My staff member explained the legislative process and this bill. Unprovoked, that nurse quickly and willingly voiced her frustration with Michigan's licensure system that did not allow her the flexibility that 43 other licensing jurisdictions allow for. Support for the nurse compact licensure is not limited to individual nurses. Additionally, the American Nurses Association, Michigan chapter, testified in support of this bill. Multiple health organizations, including the Hospice of America, or Hospice of Michigan, and the AARP. Nationally, the American Association of Colleges of Nursing, the American Organization of Nurse Leadership, the Emergency Nurses Association, the National League for Nursing, the National Student Nurses Association, Oncology Nursing Association, and many others support the nurse compact licensure. Michigan nurses are second to none. With the advent of telemedicine, we are missing out on opportunities for our nurses to assist patients in the other parts of the country. From the comfort of their homes, home state, using the license they already have obtained, our nurses deserve the chance to assist patients wherever the need exists. One of our Michigan-based companies provides support to the family members of patients in hospice. When the family caregivers need immediate assistance because their loved one's condition is changing, or if those family caregivers are struggling emotionally, those family caregivers can call this company, and the nurse gives the hospice support that is needed to the patient until the on-site hospice nurse can arrive. Companies in other states are requesting our company to provide those services. Unfortunately for Michigan nurses, that company must hire out-of-state nurses to serve those patients. Why? Because we have a wall of regulation around our state. Because Michigan licensed nurses can only practice in Michigan. In times of crisis, floods, hurricanes, or unseen medical emergencies such as a pandemic, the nurse compact licensure empowers nurses to respond immediately, removing the burden of executive orders, as we saw about 5 years ago, from the governor and simply streamlining the process. Contrary to talking points, the Michigan Board of Nursing will still maintain authority over nursing practice in the state. Madam Speaker, this body can support the 118,000 registered nurses and LPNs in Michigan by increasing the value of their license. How? By voting yes on this bill, by allowing Michigan's licensed nurses that travel, respond to other states' emergencies, or compassionately serve on missions trips. They will save money by not having to pay another state's licensure. They will have quicker onboarding processes and allow them to do what they do best, serve with compassion. Madam Speaker, let's tear down this wall of regulation. I encourage you to vote yes and to support our nursing professionals.
The question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. Members, the board is still open. You may vote at your desk. The clerk will close the board. Representative Devendorf votes. Representative Devendorf votes. Representative Devendorf votes nay. The clerk will tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4246, there are 57 aye votes and 52 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Representative Price.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request my name be removed as a co-sponsor of House Bill 4246.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Martis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I humbly ask that my name be removed as co-sponsor for House Bill 4246.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of motions and resolutions and take up House Resolution 126.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 126, introduced by Representative Wolford, a resolution to urge the United States Armed Forces to expand the use of medical waivers for recruits with food allergies, including allergies to peanuts.
The resolution is referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 127.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 127, introduced by Representative Young, a resolution urging the United States Department of Labor to reverse its decision to pause operations at Job Corps centers across the country and specifically in Detroit.
The resolution is referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 128.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 128, introduced by Representative Shriver, a resolution to encourage county sheriffs and local law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Michigan to enter into 287G agreements with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to enhance immigration enforcement and public safety.
The resolution is referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of motions and resolutions, I move that the House take up House Resolution 129.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Resolution number 129, introduced by Representative Andrews, a resolution to declare June 9th through 15th, 2025 as Dad Week in the state of Michigan.
Speaker recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Proud to introduce this resolution in collaboration with my good friend James Gunter here to declare the week leading up to Father's Day as Dad's Week in the state of Michigan. As a somewhat recent father myself, as many of you probably remember, about 2.5 years ago, being a dad to my daughter Violet has been the honor of my life and great joy. And I know that all the dads in our legislature can relate and feel the same. And you know, it's a big burden that we all bear, trying to raise children and teach them to be good citizens. And this job doesn't make it easy. Not that any job makes it easy for any dad, but I wanted to make sure that we spent some time to honor the dads in our lives, the dads in our chamber. You know, everybody here's got a dad in their life somewhere. So. This is a commemoration for all of us out there. My own dad, who sacrificed quite a lot to get me where I am today, wouldn't be who I am without him. So in honor of my dad and all of our fellow dads, urge everybody to vote yes on declaring this week Dad's Week.
The question before the House is on the adoption of House Resolution 129. All those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted. The House will go at ease at the call of the chair.
If I could have the members' attention for a purpose of introduction, the chair recognizes Representative DeBoyer.
Mr. Clerk, it's a pleasure of mine to introduce in the South Gallery the Special Events Manager for the Leader Dog for the Blind out of Rochester, Michigan, Stephen Moran, and his two daughters, Caitlin and Cassidy.
Would Representative DeBoer's special guest please rise? Welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives. If I could have members' attention for the purposes of introduction, the chair recognizes Representative Schutte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Today I have two very special constituents joining me in the East Gallery. I have a woman who helped shatter the glass ceiling in news broadcasting in Michigan, one of the first female news broadcasters in the entire state, and Michigan's 53rd Attorney General. Mom and Dad, thank you for coming to Lansing.
Would Representative Schutte's special guest please rise and welcome to the Michigan House of Representatives.
The House will come to order. Members, we are going to be having several members addressing the body, and I want to remind you to please be respectful to everyone giving their comments and keeping them germane to the proposal at hand. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of second reading of bills and take up House Bill 4576.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4576, introduced by Representative Kelly, a bill to make appropriations for the Department of Education for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026. People of the State of Michigan, enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Appropriations, Representative Boland Chair, recommends the adoption of substitute H2.
The question is on the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will open the board. The substitute is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question before the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumus.
Continuing on the order of second reading of bills, I move that the House take up House Bill 4577.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4577, introduced by Representative Kelly, a bill to amend the State School Aid Act of 1979. People of the State of Michigan, enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Appropriations, Representative Boland Chair, recommends the adoption of substitute H3.
The question is on the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will open the board. The substitute is adopted. Are there further amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
Representative Glanville offers a floor substitute H2, identified as Amendment Number 2.
Speaker recognizes Representative Menser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my substitute to House Bill 4577. My substitute would maintain Michigan's Great Start Readiness Program, which is ranked #1 in the United States. This is not just a statistic. It's a testament to our values, to our commitment to the youngest members of our community. This program allows our 4-year-old children, our precious pre-kinder students, to prepare them for kindergarten and throughout life. Currently, the Great Start program is available in 470 Michigan school districts and serves more than 38,000 preschoolers, and about 90% of these children come from low-income families. The funding is critical. It's an investment in our children's foundational years, providing them with critical skills and experiences they need to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Madam Speaker, it is programs like these that make capable, social, and healthy adults. By providing high-quality early childhood education, we are fostering a generation that is not only ready for school, but ready for life. This is an investment not only in the future of these individual kids, but the collective future of our state. For those reasons, my substitute invests $625 million into this program. That money will pay 10 times back in dividends. By cultivating healthy children now, we will reap the fruit of critical thinkers, compassionate citizens, and future leaders who will contribute meaningfully to our state. Madam Speaker, the proverb is true. A society grows great when old people plant trees whose shade they shall never sit. By planting this tree, we will invest in our future workforce, our communities, and the overall prosperity of Michigan. In that spirit, I urge my colleagues to support this critical substitute that will continue to make Michigan a leader in early childhood education. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise before you today in support of my substitute to House Bill 4577. My substitute would maintain free breakfast and lunch for our children in Michigan schools. The Universal Meals Program has and will continue with overwhelming support for families, teachers, and school districts across the state. No student should have to worry about how much money they have left in their account or suffer the shame of realizing that they can't afford lunch or the stigma that goes with that. This program is the primary source of nutrition for countless vulnerable children in our communities, and I urge my colleagues to vote with me to save it. We cannot despair about literacy scores or learning outcomes in the state one week and then vote to cut funding for the number one influence on a child's capacity to learn, hunger, the next. This program is a lifeline for students in rural and urban districts alike. More than 41% of Michigan households are identified as ALICE, asset limited income constraint employed, meaning that while the head of households have earned an income, it's only enough to keep them above the poverty level, meaning they don't qualify for many state and federal benefits. Yet their income is low enough that one financial emergency, a flat tire, an unexpected prescription, or a doctor bill could absolutely derail that family. Of those 41%, more than half are households with children. These are families who need this program the most. Whether it's 31% of families in Wayne County or 27% of families in Kalamazoo, it's absolutely crucial to fund this through the next year, as my substitute would do. I urge my colleagues to understand that kids can't and should never have to try to learn on empty stomachs. Good nutrition throughout the day is so important. We cannot improve scores or learning achievements without protecting this funding. This is what this substitute ensures. I ask for your vote on this substitute and for your conviction to fight to fund this program and to keep students fed, healthy, and ready to learn. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is on the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will open the board. The substitute is not adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question before the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of second reading of bills, I move that the House take up House Bill 4578.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4578, introduced by Representative Markinen, a bill to make appropriations for the Department of Lifelong Education, Advancement, and Potential for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a second time by its title. Are there amendments? There are. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Appropriations, Representative Bolin, recommends the adoption of substitute H1.
The question is on the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will open the board. The substitute is adopted. Are there further amendments? There being no further amendments, the question before the House is advancing the bill to the order of third reading. Hearing no objection, the bill is on third reading. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of third reading of bills and take up House Bill 4576 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4576, introduced by Representative Kelly, a bill to make appropriations for the Department of Education for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are no amendments. The Speaker recognizes Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This short bill, I'll get to the point. With this, the Department of Education budget, we reduced to by 21%. We cut $8 million from the based on the lack of teacher preparation fees that Representative Tisdale's bill, and we also the House proposes reducing full-time equivalents of 118 FTEs. These are jobs that have been carried on the books and go unfilled. I urge my colleagues a yes vote on House Bill 4576.
The question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board. Representative Shriver votes nay. The clerk will tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4576, there are 56 aye votes and 53 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up House Bill 4577 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4577, introduced by Representative Kelly, a bill to amend the State School Aid Act of 1979. People of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are no amendments. Speaker recognizes Representative Kolazar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm in strong opposition to House Bill 4577. Why? Because this legislation would eliminate crucial funding and programs that students, their families, teachers, and quite frankly, entire school communities across the state depend on. Schools and families across Michigan are counting on us to produce a budget that ensures a quality, safe education for every child and an equitable budget for every school, from rural to urban districts, from low-income to high-income districts. Madam Speaker, this budget is not what schools want, as is evidenced by the amount of cell phone calls members are undoubtedly getting from their local education leaders as we speak. It's certainly not what teachers want, and it is most definitely not what kids need. This budget eliminates free breakfast and lunch for kids. Pass this budget, and you just voted to increase the grocery bill for every single family with children in your district. These bills look Michigan's children in the face and tell them that their well-being, their right to learn on a full stomach, is not a priority. This budget also eliminates dedicated school safety funding, something that I was told was near and dear to my colleagues across the aisle. While I appreciate the mandate to include school resource officers in every school, Madam Speaker, has anyone let the sponsor know that we don't have the staffing capacity in this state to achieve such a goal? Imaginary funding for imaginary staffing. Instead of tackling the teacher shortage, this budget will create another staff shortage for schools to worry about, all while removing crucial school safety funding. Madam Speaker, this isn't a budget, it's satire. Take it from this teacher. When you wait until the last minute to turn in your homework, the quality is bad, and this budget is no exception. Vote no. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Kofia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to speak to the whole package.
No. You may speak to the bill that we are voting on.
Permission to speak to House Bill 4577.
So ordered.
My bad. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 4577. This school aid budget proposal would make major eliminations to spending categories that Michigan schools rely on. And from my perspective, from a rural school district, especially considering $125 million that we just got into the budget just this past 2 years to address a decades-long inequity for rural school districts and the costs of busing. Many people who are not from rural districts do not realize that rural schools are spending 10 to 12% of their general fund budget just to bring their children from hundreds of square mile districts before they even get to the classroom. They've spent so much of their budget. This is an inequity that has been in place for decades as opposed to suburban and more urban districts, and we just fixed this problem, which addresses a problem for my colleagues in red districts as well as in districts like my own. It helps districts in Munising and Marquette in the UP. It helps districts in my area like Benzie Central and Sutton's Bay schools. And unfortunately, this new proposal strips away that hard-won progress and equity for rural school districts. But more broadly, I want to speak to the concerns that I'm hearing directly from school leaders in my district. I received a message this morning from a superintendent from a small rural district in northern Michigan, and this is his statement, direct quote, "This budget destroys decades of work for schools like ours. Eliminating categorical funding is a direct attack on districts that serve high needs and diverse populations, and it is especially harmful to rural schools. The Republican House budget," his words, "is a farce and political game."
Representative, please keep your comments germane to the bill, with it not impugning the motives. Speaker recognizes Representative Kofia.
Madam Speaker, I am simply trying to convey what a school leader in rural northern Michigan is pleading for this body to consider. He is stating that this budget proposal is harmful to rural schools, rural kids. He says it is gamesmanship at a time when school districts and students can ill afford additional instability. And last statement from him, it's a disgrace that they think this is in the best interest of
Speaker recognizes Representative Weiss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in the strongest of opposition to House Bill 4577. Budgets are value statements, and the values communicated in this budget are clear. It diverts $2 billion away from K-12 schools and eliminates guaranteed funding for things that schools in every county in this state rely on: universal free meals, career and technical education, transportation, English language learners, rural and isolated districts, transportation, early literacy investments. I could go on and on and on. These cuts are going to have real impacts on our districts, in everyone's district who sits in this chamber. This move doesn't just shift money, it shifts priorities away from students and towards politics, away from classrooms and towards corporate boardrooms. and all without an explanation for how this disinvestment benefits the children of Michigan, because the simple answer is it does not. The reality is that Michigan has underfunded our education system for decades, and we are living with the results. Adjusted for inflation, we have seen a 25% reduction in funding for K-12 schools from the state over the past 20 years. And I would challenge anyone, I don't care who you are, I don't care if you have an R or a D by your name, I would challenge anyone who would make a claim that funding is not an issue for education. I was a teacher, Madam Speaker, I'm a mother, and I've been in schools across this state, and I encourage my colleagues to visit classrooms across the state and ask the teachers working in the classrooms across the state if funding impacts their ability to do their job. As administrators, if funding impacts their ability to be able to provide quality education for students. Ask them if the stability in funding is supported. It's important to make sure that we have all of the resources that we need and all of the services that we need for students across the state. And I really encourage everyone to do their homework and go out and do that after today, because clearly that has not happened. Kids, teachers, and schools deserve more support and more investment. We should be investing in smaller class sizes. We should be investing in updating our outdated school infrastructure. We should make sure that we are investing in supporting all of the critical needs that the diverse student populations, whether you're in a rural district, an urban district, or suburban district, the diverse needs that all of our students have across the state. Not looting the education budget for mystery spending. And then another important note is that this budget also raises payroll taxes for school districts, raising costs for our districts and stealing money from our classrooms. And another thing to consider is that as schools become more and more under-resourced, our local school districts are going to have to go to our constituents and ask them for more of their tax dollars in their property taxes to be able to undo the harm that we are doing today in passing a budget like this. Because make no mistake, passing a budget that cuts funding to public education from the state is going to lead to property increases when local districts have to make up that difference. This is unconscionable, Madam Speaker. I urge a no vote from everyone in this chamber, and I urge everyone to support our kids. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative DeBoer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise in strong support of House Bill 4577, which is our comprehensive K-12 school aid budget that makes real, lasting investments in Michigan's students, classrooms, and communities. As a former teacher, I understand how important it is to make sure our schools are given the proper resources to sufficiently teach our children. This $21.9 billion plan puts students first and gives our local teachers the flexibility that's needed to do what's best for their students. For the first time ever, we are increasing the foundation allowance to $12,000 per student, which is by far the highest in our state's history. That's a $2,392 increase for every single student. We're showing that Michigan students are worth the investment. Additionally, every child should feel safe and supported in their own school. That's why we're dedicating more than $300 million to help schools shrink class sizes, address infrastructure needs, and take new steps to help kids master the critical skill of reading by 3rd grade. Our budget also takes steps to ensure that every school district has at least one school resource officer. Importantly, this budget doesn't just invest money. It demands results. It requires schools to show how they are spending per pupil funding so that we can make sure taxpayer dollars are supporting real student achievements. This plan also ensures that schools don't use curriculum that promotes race or gender stereotyping. It ensures fairness in girls' athletics by preventing biological males from competing in female sports divisions. This is a budget that puts our sons and daughters first by prioritizing their academics, and it restores the trust that parents and taxpayers deserve. I'm proud to support House Bill 4577, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
The question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the... The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question of final passage of House Bill 4577, there are 56 aye votes and 53 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Posthumous.
Continuing on the order of third reading of bills, I move that the House take up House Bill 4578 and place it on its immediate passage.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read.
House Bill 4578, introduced by Representative Markinen, a bill to make appropriations for the Department of Lifelong Education, Advancement, and Potential for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026. The people of the state of Michigan enact.
The bill will be considered read for a third time by its title. Are there amendments? There are not. Speaker recognizes Representative Roth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Republican Miley budget refocuses the state away from overstaffed, bureaucratic nonsense and back to the mission that matters, providing quality child care and other services outside the normal K-12 system. Our budget secures critical funding to meet the caseload demand for the Child Development and Care Program. We want to ensure that struggling families, many of whom are working hard jobs to make ends meet, can access the child care services they need. We're also adding an additional $44 million to the program to ensure the department is no longer running at a deficit and is fully funded for years to come. Child care is one of the most important things our states provide. Our Miley budget recognizes that and makes key investments to ensure long-term stability for child care program. House Republicans aren't just making investments, we're putting the money where our mouth is and making things happen. Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a yes vote on House Bill 4578.
The question before the House is the passage of the bill. A record roll call vote is required. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. The clerk will open the board. The clerk will close the board, tally, display, and announce the vote.
Madam Speaker, on the question on final passage of House Bill 4578, there are 56 aye votes and 53 nay votes.
A majority of the members elected and serving having voted in favor, therefore, the bill has passed. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Move for immediate effect.
The Majority Floor Leader moves for immediate effect. All those in favor will rise. Immediate effect is ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Jenkins Arno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor and Economic Opportunity will reconvene in room 308 in the House Office Building in 10 minutes.
Members, please take note. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House proceed to the order of motions and resolutions.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that committees be given leave to meet for the balance of today's session.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Majority Floor Leader Postumus.
Just to let the members know, there will be no further voting today. When the House adjourns, it stands adjourned until June 12, 2025 at 12 p.m. noon.
The House will stand at ease at the call of the chair.
House going to order and proceed to notices.
Received from Representative Josh Shriver. Pursuant to Rule 41, I hereby give notice that on the next legislative session day, I will move to discharge the Committee on Government Operations from further consideration of House Resolution 128. The House Committee on Agricultural, scheduled for Thursday, June 12th at 10:30 a.m., has been canceled.
There being no further business to come before the House, Representative Nyer moves that the House do now adjourn. Hearing no objection, the House will stand adjourned until Thursday, June 12th, 2025 at 12 o'clock noon.